Hi everybody, can you hear me okay? Let's see, let's turn the music down just a little bit. Maybe right about there. How's that sound? My voice sounding okay? Music, good volume? Hi Esper! Glad to hear everything sounding okay. Also welcome. We have a couple of fun things to do tonight. I'm excited. Also a little behind schedule because I didn't get to do a stream last night. I wasn't feeling great, so didn't really get much work done. So we're gonna get to play a little bit of catch up. But it should be pretty chill. I'm not gonna try to push myself too hard. What we're gonna be working on is pretty minimal, like, physical effort. So we're just gonna kind of chat and hang out. But my hope is that we can actually work on, first we need to finish up this martingale collar. Then we're gonna actually work on some of our infinity cuffs that we started. Maybe get those stitched up a little bit. And then we're gonna start working on a few other projects that I'm really excited about. One of the things that's really cool that I'll kind of swing y'all around to, you see right there, I got a bunch of new boot charms printed out, or engraved out, so really excited about that. We'll get to those. Those are pretty low priority, but most of the ones that we kind of designed or put together last stream, we are finally going to get those made. Yeah. Or rather, I've got them made, now we just need to paint them. But before we even get started here, I figured this might be a little bit fun. I had to make a trip today, so we're going to do a little bit of an unboxing. I had to go to Tandy Leather. I just figured it might be fun to kind of go over, because there's some stuff that I got that's going to be for upcoming projects. There's some that's just kind of refilling some things that I needed. But other stuff is going to be like, hey, I could use this, or I think that this might be a fun thing to do, or a fun like element to add. So first things first, we'll go from here. This is just a paint tray. I have been using these same like 4 little paint trays here, these metal ones, which are really nice. But I only have a couple of them, and I want to be able to mix various different colors for when I'm painting. So this will be a good add to my little equipment list here. Let's see if I can get it opened up. Hopefully everyone's doing pretty well tonight. That in our trash. But yeah, this will be a good addition here. For now, we'll set it off to the side. We'll probably use it a little bit later. Let's see. Other stuff I got. I have some new snap fasteners. So snap fasteners are really nice in that they are just good snap on, snap off kind of equipment. I was running low on a couple of colors, so I picked up a few, including, let's see here. Did I get the others? Yes, I did. I thought I did. Yes, I did. Okay. Including a couple specifically stainless steel. I'm doing my best to make sure that I have on hand a wide variety of these so that if I have someone with metal sensitivity, I can still work with them and make sure that I'm producing something really nice. Finally, a couple O-rings that we'll get into at some point, particularly in my harness working. And then last but not least, I'm really excited to work with these sort of buckles. So this is a D-ring with the O-ring already attached. We'll see if I can give you a better look here. I'm really excited for it, as I drop it, of course. I'm really excited to try these out. I've seen them on other collars before, and I think they could be a fun add. So these will be things that hopefully we see in future streams. Oh, and then finally, last thing I got was just a different leather dye. So excited to try that one out. That one was done specifically because I have an upcoming, I have an order that I'm starting that was looking for that color, and I did not have it on hand. So quick, easy, something I can do to get a better order started. All right, now, like I said, we're going to start by finishing off this martingale. This is an order that I have been working on, and it's pretty much ready to go. The only thing we have left to do is stitch this last little line here. So that's what we're going to focus on today, at least at the start. We've got our thread, we've got our needle, so I'm just going to move some things around, get settled, get comfy, and we are just going to hang out and chat for a little bit while I work on that. Shouldn't take too terribly long to do just one side, and then once those are done, we can actually take some photos and call the project done. So let's see. Yeah. So let me pull up my chair here. I've got to move a bunch of stuff around because I have been in the middle of dyeing various leather pieces that we'll see in a little bit. Getting them ready for the next couple of steps, and they've been drying on my chair. So I'm just moving them out of the way, and we can touch base and talk on them and work on them once we finish the martingale. Now let's see here. Let's get y'all set up. Y'all were ever wondering how I do some of my controls here, this is a good example. So I have a really nice PTZ on a boom arm here. That lets me get some good angles. You can see one of my mics here in my top-down view. But on that note, I'm actually going to switch us over here. We'll jump over to that camera, which I think will be a little bit better for us. Yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good night. Hopefully Thursday's being gentle to everybody. Friday's coming along soon enough, so fingers crossed it comes quickly and gives us all the rest and relaxation of a weekend that we need. All right, got some of my thread here. So this is some of the thicker wax thread that I have. This is very much a thread I am slowly kind of working out of. There are a few colors, this one included, that we will continue to offer and I will continue to use because they're kind of special, nice variegated threads. So you can see they come to various colors. They change. This one I call Neon Darkness. It goes from like bright pink to a dark purple and dark blue. And I'll continue to carry and use these threads for quite a while because I like them. But a lot of my base colors, I'm trying to move away from hand stitching. And I want to do more machine stitching where I can because it's just easier on my hands. And yeah, so in the future, hopefully a little less hand stitching unless it's a really custom or specialized project, a little more machine stitching to go from there. Hi Zaris, welcome. There it is. Every time Zaris comes in, I expect that to come up.
Zaris needs a bird to stop shrimping.
I'm not shrimping. I promise. I only just sat down. Also, I think you redeemed the hydrate so quickly that it doesn't know what to do with itself. Right. We are getting underway here. Hopefully I'm still nicely in frame. My hands like to wander a lot when I'm doing this sort of work, so finding the nice middle ground here where you can actually see. Yep, just got to make sure that a bird stays hydrated and with good posture. I get it. Let's see, what to talk about. What has happened in my life? Honestly, not a whole lot. Being sick yesterday just kind of meant I didn't do anything. Just kind of hung out on the couch and then went to bed. So, not a whole lot news going on with me. Did get a couple new orders the past couple days, which is really exciting. So we'll definitely get to see one of them on stream. The other one, probably not. But I'm excited and trying to push more to get more commissions, more kind of custom orders, because those are kind of my bread and butter. But also still kind of getting ready for our market that's this month. So yeah, we'll see a lot more work going on in that. As my partners like to say, we have entered Birdie's sweatshop. So it is kind of not ongoing, non-stop until the Maker Faire, with the exception of my birthday.
I asked my friend in college what he learned today, and he told me that gay men like Sony, lesbians favor Yamaha, and transgender folks prefer Bose. I guess he was learning about stereotypes. 3.
Holy shit. I did not know where that one was going for a little bit. And y'all, that pun might have killed me. Holy smokes. Zaris, thank you for that. I don't even remember what I was saying. There's like no thoughts. I'm still trying to process that pun. Whew. Oh, that's what I was saying. Other fun news, my birthday is next week. So we will be doing a some form of stream. It might be pretty chill. Might still just be leatherworking, but won't be on my birthday. But it will be right around there. So get excited about that. And yeah, it's another birthday, 34. Feel ancient, but should be nice. Hopefully, kind of relaxing. And yeah, mostly just going to be continuing to prep for the market. I don't have any plans for anything right now. I think the weekend after my market or after the birthday is the market weekend, so probably that. But beyond that, I don't really have anything planned. I just do not have enough money to do anything big. I still am very much waiting for my first even little bit of unemployment to kick in, which means all of my savings has gone towards bills and managing necessities. So I don't really have anything I'm gonna spend or do this year, I don't think. But it'll still be nice. I like chill birthdays for the most part. I don't mind going and doing stuff, but I really do just like kind of that quality time of just hanging out with the people I care about. So it will be fine. Maybe we'll break out a different game or something and do another game night just for chill, relaxing times. Maybe pull out one of my like older favorites, showcase it with y'all. Well, yeah. Speaking of the market I'm going to, that is on the, I think the 20th or the 21st. So if you know the Mercury Market and you're going to be there, definitely drop by and say hi. But otherwise, I will not be streaming that weekend. Yeah, we could do that, Zaris. But yeah, I will not be streaming the weekend of the market. I will probably stream Thursday that week, but then I won't do Sunday, and I'm not sure I'm going to do Monday. We're going to see how dead I feel after the market. We're nearing the halfway mark for the threading or the sewing of this martingale. I think I mentioned it last time we were working on this piece. This is always a fun one, but it's also always a little bit difficult because this is that durable padded backing that I have. And as durable as it is, and as nice as that like waterproofing element is, holy smokes! Esper, congrats! You hit 100% bird. Welcome to the VIP lounge. You are now officially a bird. I don't make the rules. You're gonna have to, if you have a persona, you're gonna have to change it. You are Burb now. Truth be told, anybody who's in this stream will eventually just become Burb. Just how it goes. There's no way around it. Here we go. Right. Make sure we get this in the right spot here. I have once again forgotten what I was saying. It's all airborne. Zaris, you are on top of it with the puns today. Yeah, woke up this morning feeling better than I was yesterday. I did still wind up going to the doctor's. Needed to just get a checkup. Got a bunch of stuff set up, which is good. This is a new doctor, so that whole process of like establishing care, getting prescriptions moved over, all the fun stuff. I'm grateful. So far, this doctor seems a lot nicer than my last one, and a lot more like invested in my health. I feel less like a number to this person and more like an actual patient that they care about, which is a nice improvement, I've got to say. Right. Last little bit of this collar, and then we can move on to some other stuff. So I am excited about this weekend. I did finally pick a game for game night this week. We are going to be playing The Librarian. It's that new like sim game that came out I think a couple weeks ago. It's all about picking up and organizing books on in a library, like a magical library. Should be that perfect level of dumb and chill and kind of like organizing chaos that is the stuff that I enjoy. And just should be fun to give it a try. I'm the kind of person that I'm just a burb that likes, Viscera cleanup duty and games like Power Wash Simulator. Games where it's just kind of like, okay, I'm gonna do mundane chores in a video game. But that's just me. It's like last week doing Bear and Breakfast. I was like, hurry up! I love the story, but I just want to make a bed and breakfast. Let me do the gameplay loop. I haven't done the Leaf game. I saw a video on it. I really I watched someone play it for a few minutes, and that one looked really good too. I should look into that one as well. That would be another fun one to add to the stream. I'm curious. I don't know. I should check Steam and see how much it is. I don't have a big budget for new games right now. I just simply don't have the money. But even if it's more than like $5, I can just throw it on my wish list and wait for a sale. Steam summer sale's got to be hitting soon, so. All right. Almost there. Thanks again, everybody, for hanging out this evening and just being here. I'm a little bit more low energy than I am usually. Just still trying not to push myself into feeling sick again. Rather kind of take it easy. Then push myself and be sick, tomorrow and all weekend. So we're just being a little chill. And yeah, I appreciate that y'all are still wanting to hang out. What's everyone else working on tonight? We working on projects? Or we working on a nice drink, maybe a snack or a meal? I'm very curious what the autocorrect is going to be on that one, Esper. Building a nightstand. Okay. Was it an IKEA nightstand? Or was it like something that you actually... I guess, was it store-bought, or was it something that you were like actually like woodworking, crafting? That's so fair. My phone, I got a new one last September, and my phone still hates me with its autocorrect. I had the old phone trained pretty well, but this one, nope, this one just wants to autocorrect everything. You ordered it online. That's fair. I wish I had the woodworking skills to try to craft my own, but I just do not. And I don't think one made purely out of leather would work out so well. Or be like financially feasible just in raw materials alone. Right, last couple stitches here. Oh no, that's the worst. So the tablet y'all saw earlier, that's on my workbench now, kind of acting as my little like stream deck here. That was a very cheap tablet, and it often does the same thing, where it sends half the message before you even finish typing it. So I'm just like, I'm not going to type with you. You're just going to be a tablet that I press like a couple of buttons on, and that's it. The upside to this tablet is it is like fully waterproof. It's one of those like durable ones. So it's great for the workbench. I can get all sorts of shit on it and just clean it off later. It'll be perfect. All right, just a couple more here. I'm gonna finish this off. Now, chat, here's a question. Do we want to take photos right now, or do we want to wait and let me do that on my own time? I'm fine doing it if there's interest, but we can focus on some other stuff. I got plenty of things that need to get crafted. Not a lot that needs to get mined today, though. Either works. It's fair. Personally, I would lean towards probably just moving on to the next project. I'll make sure we get a good view of this when it's done. Probably put it on my little mannequin just for a quick look. But the photography usually doesn't take all that long, and it's not super exciting, I'll be honest. Okay. Make sure we get this in the right spot here. Oh, this last one is always tricky. I'm dealing with this really, really thick leather. There we go. Maybe. Let's see here. Let's grab. There we go. Get a little leverage here. That usually does the job. Make sure we're not tangled up in the chain. Pull that tight. There we go. Looking good. What do we think? Good piece? I definitely still think these colors work really well. Hi, Mini Golf. Thanks for swinging by. Hope you're doing well. All right. Get these trimmed up here. And you just got home from watching baseball? Nice. What game were you watching? I don't really follow baseball, but I can be supportive. Yeah, the colors on this really are nice. Alright, so we're just gonna melt these ends off here. There we go. Local team. 15-2. That seems like a really, really high scoring baseball game. Like, I've only ever done a few, like, I don't watch baseball. But when I played as like a kid or when I have watched it, it's usually a very small, like, scoring game. So yeah, 15-2 is huge. All right, that's our collar done. So really nice piece that turned out really lovely. Let's get it on a little show mannequin for a second, just so we can at least take a look and admire it, even if we're not going to take photos right now. This also helps me get an idea and make sure that, like, oh, this all sits nicely and it's where I want it to be. So, let's see here. So I'm gonna do a little bit of adjustment. Up. Okay. Yeah, martingale collar. Should be able to pull it nicely and have it sit relatively comfortably loose. This leather, this padded backing is so thick. It actually holds its shape really well, which is one of the upsides of this type of backing here. Let's do... switch y'all up a little bit. Let you see some of this a little better. Now. So this is pretty good. The fix that I would do back here is I actually need to shorten this padding. See how it's sitting up or sitting on top of itself? So before we call this done, I am going to do that. Mainly, what I want to do is I want to make sure that I'm measuring this right, because I know roughly the size that this collar needs to be. So if I do 25, we want it to be sitting, I believe it was 15 and a half, which when you add the depth of this pad, the backing here, you're actually looking at like 16 and a half. It adds almost an inch. So we want to make sure that we are sitting in the right spot, and I'm definitely not showing this to y'all, I'm sorry. I'm just laying this out, kind of making sure that my lines match up here, that this is kind of like where I want it to be. In this case, I'm starting at the 25 inch, which is this line here. 15 and a half would be 40 is where I want to sit. Add about an inch, so about 41 is going to be about 16, which is probably a good place to be. So looking at that, we are also going to be looking at where, bring us down a little bit closer here, where this padding ends. And I've got it a little bit too far out. I probably want it to end right about the second dot here. We are just going to adjust that. Make that a little bit nicer. Redo that end. So we'll do it right on that line right here. Tuck this back so I don't accidentally cut off the end of our collar. Just gonna do a couple clean cuts through here. Just like that. So now we have a shorter end, but we still want to get it to that same kind of like shape that we had. So if I'm looking at this, I still want kind of the shaped corners here. I'm just going to take that, I'm going to set it down on the table, mark out with my chisel bit, and we're just going to cut those free. Just like that. So there we go. That's a much nicer end there. Or rather, a much nicer like end to the padding itself. So when I adjust it to where it should naturally sit on the person who ordered it, we don't have any of this overlap anymore. You kind of see in the background as it focuses on my arm and not what I want it to focus on. The last thing we can do too for this is we can actually burn some of the wax off of the thread here. So this is a threaded wax, or a waxed thread, and so what we can do is we can actually burn some of this off to give it a little bit brighter of a color now that it's been stitched in. If I can get my lighter to work again. There we go. Give that just kind of a quick pass through. We're not looking to melt the thread. We're just looking to kind of melt the wax protection on it. Now, the last thing that we can do before we kind of hang this up and call this project done is we are going to grab my little rubber mallet here. We're just going to give this some nice taps. Just all around those threads. And the reason that we do that is so that we can actually see that thread a lot nicer. Kind of helps the pinks and the colors pop because it flattens that thread down and just makes it look good. And with that, this collar should be done. We will get it back on this display mannequin for a second. See how it looks. And if everything looks right, we will set this aside and start on our next project for the night. There we go. Get y'all up a little bit higher here so you can actually see it. There we go. Get you there, that's a better angle. Adjust everything. Oh yeah. Really pretty red here. Some great stitches. We can see now that when this is actually laying on a neck, it's going to lay pretty smoothly. So you're not going to see any of the padding or the backing here overlapping. And then as we go back around, you'll see some more of that nice stitching. And yeah, then we can pull it tight if we want to. And that's our martingale. I think it turned out pretty good. I love this color of leather. This red is always one of my favorites. So yeah, I think this turned out really nicely. All right. Set this aside for the moment. Now, what do we want to work on next? Let's see here. So you'll see some of the behind the scenes here. I keep track of just about everything on here. So this is my to-do list. You see it says finish martingale. You barely see it because of the picture-in-picture here, but if I drop y'all down, you'll see that a little bit better. Finish martingale. When we bump that, we're going to start working on our cuffs. So the cuffs are the ones that I set aside earlier, just before the start of the stream, and was talking about. They are, they've just been dyed. There are infinity cuffs, and they should be ready for, first we're going to seal them. Oop, if I don't lose my balance. First things we're going to do is we're actually going to seal them. So we've got this handy dandy Resolene here. And we are just going to give them a quick coat, which is just going to help protect that leather, make it a little more resistant to any sort of wear and tear. And we're going to let that dry for a little bit, and then we'll come back and we're actually going to machine stitch them. First, we're going to glue the backing on them, and then we'll machine stitch them. So we'll be kind of working on these a little bit off and on tonight. Now, these are what I'm talking about here. Let me just move some stuff for my own sanity. Yes, all of this stuff can move. Perfect. Okay. So now, not everything on this mat is cuffs. We have our infinity cuffs, which are basically just these pieces, and then these three are actually going to become a matching collar cuff set. I'm going to do a full collar and cuff set with the lace trim, like this one here, except it's not going to be a choker. It's going to be an actual full collar and cuff set. So strong, durable, capable of holding somebody and being pulled on with a leash, that sort of thing. And then this is one of my special collars that I'm working on. We will get to this later tonight, but for now,
Hey
we're going to set
birdie,
these aside.
birdie. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? With an
There it
expanded free
is.
trial
I
which
was
you can
waiting
play
for
through
that.
the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the
I spoke
award-winning
too soon.
Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 for free with no restrictions on playtime. Also, I love you.
Thank you, Victe. I love you too. It was time. It absolutely was time. So I spoke a little too soon. We actually are going to seal these as well. Might as well get those done. The other collar, the one that is one of my pride collars, will not get sealed right now because we need to paint it first. So we're going to get these taken care of and go from there. Get this right about there should be good. Just like usual. Just like usual, our sealing process goes pretty quickly. So we'll seal this, and then this should dry pretty quickly as well. I was hoping to get this sealed before stream started, but it doesn't always happen. So we will just make do. We have other things we can work on while this dries. The other upside to this Resolene, this finisher sealer, is that it does give the leather a really kind of nice shine to it, where it's kind of a matte black right now. This will help kind of shine that up, make it look really nice, and just be a really pleasing black to look at. All right. Get a nice even coat on everything. With Resolene, you don't really need a thick coat. You just want kind of even coats. Even and thin. If it's like bubbling up or pilling up on the leather itself, it's a little too thick, and you should probably just thin it out by brushing it around the leather more. It'll slowly soak in, and because it's acrylic, it means it's kind of got a bit of a plasticized element, which is just enough to help protect this from the elements. It'll also help lock in the oil that I oiled these with earlier today, which is just going to help keep the leather supple and really comfortable for a longer period of time as well. This leather will still need to be oiled on occasion, like most leathers, even with this sealant. It's just going to need it far less often. And since we're dealing with cuffs here, this is also a good thing to do, just for the sake of like, hey, this is going to be on human skin with human oils, and you know, it's going to be used more roughly than say a piece of just painted like boot charm or something that's just going to sit on a boot. I love the Wii Shop song. One of my favorite songs in this playlist. There we go. It's gonna get all human-y, that's absolutely right. We want to avoid that. No humans allowed, just burbs and other critters. Also, welcome back. Hope your journey into the kitchen was fruitful and not perilous. All right, that is all the cuff pieces, so we will get these last three here. Ooh, spicy ramen. Spicy ramen with hot dogs is a vibe. A couple nights ago, I had what is one of my go-to struggle meals. Wasn't feeling super great mentally, didn't feel like prepping anything. So we had a can of baked beans and hot dogs, and so I made just baked beans and hot dogs, or beanie weenies, whatever you want to call them. They were surprisingly tasty, and they hit the spot in that perfect way I needed. Bean dogs? Yeah, what does everybody call that meal? If you've had it. If you haven't, that's fair. Saturn. Really? You gonna call me out like that? Ooh, with toast sounds good. Actually, with toast sounds very good. I'm gonna have to do that sometime. Struggle meal is cheese roll-ups. Absolutely, I get that. Microwave cheese quesadillas are absolutely a struggle meal of mine as well. Sometimes it's all you got in the house, and other times it's also just a comfort. Just rolled into tubes. I mean, that's fair. I usually make quesadillas, but that's because I'm me. And I just think it's better flattened. Don't know why. Okay, that is all of those sealed, so we're going to set these aside for now. And we will come back to them in just a few minutes. Probably yours as well. Yeah, the cheese and a tortilla, however you use it, is generally just a very lovely staple. It is well worth having both things in your fridge at all times. Okay, let's see. Ah, yes, we are going to switch gears here for a little bit while those dry. And we are going to work on this collar. So we are going to start painting that. Now, this collar is going to be one of my Pride collection. I usually do a few different Pride themed stuff around June. When I'm really on top of things, I have them ready by June. This time I'm trying something new, so we are just going to see how it goes. You're going to be here as I explore it, and hopefully it goes really well. But we are just going to adjust this here. I'm going to switch y'all around again. All right. So you'll notice, if you look closely here, you should be able to see that I've got these lines marked in here. These are going to be our flag stripes. And we are going to paint a flag just in the kind of front ends here. Not all the way through, just going to be these diagonals. We're going to see how that looks. I think it's going to look really good. I have it trimmed right now to do the trans flag, because let's be honest, I'm trans, so I want it to be, I want to focus on that one first. But the goal is I'm actually going to make a few of these, and we'll probably do some different colored Pride flags. But the trans one's just an easy one for me to do. And I have all the paints right here as well. So makes that even easier. Little pink. There is. I say I have all the paints, but I need to find my pale blue. Where'd you go? Oops, I guess I let it slip. I am trans. If it wasn't obvious before, maybe it's obvious by the trans Therian emblem on my little PNG tuber, as well as on pretty much all of my profiles. Oh my god, golly, oh my good golly gosh. Yeah, I know. In this, Christian Minecraft server, we have a trans person. Who would have thought? Okay. Let's use the same brush we started working with. Alright, so we are going to start with the center line. This the year of our Queen Ubleet 2026? Yep, surprisingly. Very, very surprisingly. Ooh, you know what I can do? Gasp. Amazement. I bought a little tray. I showed y'all at the start of the stream and immediately forgot I had it. Look at that. We have an actual paint tray to work with now. I feel so professional. I can even do mixing. I know, it's just wild. Okay. So we are just gonna get our first line marked in here. I was looking at the kind of design that I did for the flag on this, just the slanted stripes, and I feel like it's almost gonna look like, I don't know, like a fancy car emblem. Just black on black backdrop with a bright like diagonal bars. I don't know if that's going to be a good thing or a bad thing, but it's going to be what we're doing. There we go. Just going to give this a nice simple coat here. Definitely have to go over it again just to make sure we kind of cover all the black. But right now I'm really just trying to get to the edges of all the lines here. I'm not super worried about going into these top or bottom troughs. Those are going to be areas where the stitching that we use is going to go. So that's just naturally going to get hidden. So I really am only worried about going up to the edge of that. There we go. We'll work on the next one while we let that one dry for a minute. Ooh, I also have a new Pride boot charm I want to show y'all. It's designed but not engraved or cut out yet. So I'll just have to show you on the computer when we get to that point. But I am really excited about this one. It's really dumb, but I love it. So I'm excited to show y'all. I'm not going to say what it is yet. If you want to guess, you're welcome to. But I'll give you a hint. It is not just a flag. I've been focused on the flags until now, and I still am. But I wanted to do something else that was still Pride related, but not just a Pride flag. Alright, switch back to the other one now. Yeah, we'll probably wind up giving this 2 or 3 coats total. Yeah, the second coat goes on. There we go. And I'm still pretty much in the lines. There is a little bit more I could do right here. There we go. That looks pretty good. As always, if you've been hanging out with me for a little while, make sure you're taking breaks, standing up, grabbing a drink, getting cozy, maybe grabbing a snack or some food if you haven't. Always want to make sure you're taking care of yourself. It's an important thing to do, and that's why I make sure that I remind y'all when I can, and then also let y'all remind me whenever the need arises.
Lord of Esper needs you to hydrate.
Thank you, Esper. Once I finish this line here, I will do just that. I need to add a new one that is not just hydrate, but caffeinate. Okay, that's definitely going to need another coat. There's definitely a dark spot there. Today we are not rocking the Pizza Hut cup. I'm rocking the Halloween Canes cup. So bottoms up, drink some water, everybody. Got my doctor on retainer. Making sure that everything is good. When I feel like I need some caffeine, we will have some caffeine on hand. Alright. I think this side is pretty good. I think we need to go over this side one more time. However, I need to let that dry a little bit longer if I'm going to do that. So I might switch over to one of my other colors, work on that while we wait. You can always go back to the white. So next up, while we wait, is going to be our pinks. Do that. Go. Alright, can I stay in the lines? Part 2. Definitely gonna need a second coat on this one. I appreciate it, Mini Golf. Definitely don't scare a burb. This song that just ended has natural bird song in it, just in the background. And I definitely heard it and got briefly excited. I was like, birds! There are birds!
The Catman 2353 needs a bird.
Oh! That just cut out, didn't it? That's a bummer. Let's see what happened there. Let's see. Let me refresh that real fast. Let's give this a go. Should be able to, if I remember how to do this right. Replay this. I will say, while I figure this out, I am at least not shrimping. I promise you that. Let's see. Is it? Where is it? G back in. See if that does it for me. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that one redoing, but... or replaying. Maybe? I don't think so. But I am not shrimping, I promise. Thank you for the reminder. I had definitely started to as I was focusing. But I am back sitting up straight like a good girl. Right. Note to self. It's definitely more challenging to paint on a black backdrop. I know that should be a common understanding or revelation, but my brain thought everybody should know. And just be prepared in case you're going to do that yourself. Aw, thanks, Saturn. I try to be a good girl. All right. Just edging that line. Getting as close as I can here. There we go. Put that around so we get the other edge. There's just lots of edging in this paint tonight. There we go. Definitely gonna need another coat. I'm just gonna try to smooth this out a little bit. Take some of the excess and bring it to the other pink over here. Fill that in. There we go. Give that a second to dry. We are just gonna switch back to the other side here. Get the pink started over here. All right, not as clean as I'd like it, but pretty close. We can definitely clean it up from here. We'll let that first coat dry for a second. Alright. Looking good. We're getting there. Saturn is a very good puppy. I agree with my chatbot. There we go. Let's come back to this first line here. Add a little bit more. Here we are. Do the same for this one here. There we are. Sorry, I'm a little focused on this right now. Trying to just, again, stay in the lines here. Make this look as nice as I possibly can. Another coat on this one. Here we are. It's looking pretty good. It's definitely like, let's see here. See if I can get a little tiny piece. Actually, my sewing needle is going to work better for this. There's just this tiny bit that's right outside the lines I don't want. Let's see if I can just kind of scrape that clean here. Most of this will be hidden by the needle, or by the thread, once I stitch. But I want to make sure as much of it as I can do, or manage, is nice and clean as possible. Do a little bit more on this side. I'll probably flip this around, so I'll have a slightly better angle to work from. There we go. Already looking a little bit better. I am by no means an expert painter. But I do want to try to make this look as nice and clean as I possibly can. Alright, that's our pinks. I think we'll give those a break. I'm going to probably jump back to our white for a minute and do another coat there before we switch over to the blues. Once we switch over and do the blues and finish those up, we'll set this aside to dry for a little bit, and we'll check in on the cuffs that we sealed and see what we can do to work on them. Go. Just trying to build up those layers of white, make it a brighter, more vibrant color here. And minimize where I can visible brush strokes. It's really hard to do in this white. There we go. Jump over to the other side for just a moment. So for larger projects, if I'm going to be painting like this on, like, say if I was trying to paint this whole collar, which we'll do something similar, or we will paint a whole collar here sometime tonight, more than likely. But if I was trying to paint the entire collar in just like flag colors, I would actually probably switch over and do this as an airbrush. And then I would just mask it out, airbrush it, and get a really fine, even coat that would look really, really nice. It's what I did with my trans collar that I did last year. And it turned out really well. My problem right now is I don't have a good setup to do my airbrushing. My current airbrush setup requires kind of a lot of ventilation that I don't have in this space for it, and so I have not done much airbrushing since we moved. All right, what are we thinking? How are we looking, chat? Color-wise, do we think that pink and white look good? Is that an even coat? I can definitely see brush strokes, but some of that just might be me being a perfectionist. That's why I'm asking. I think we're looking okay personally. So I'm gonna say we're gonna jump over to that blue. Give this a good shake. There we go, just a little bit of our blue in there. And do the last few stripes. Now, one of the things I've really been going back and forth on this particular collar is what kind of, like, what hardware color and what thread I want to go with. This one would be pretty simple to do a, like, just do rainbow, do like a rainbow anodized for hardware. But I also think like a silver would look really good, or even potentially do a black. Oop, I just dipped into the wrong bit. Oops, I got distracted. Doing a solid black where, excuse me, where the only other color besides black is just these stripes. That might look really good. But again, so would a rainbow, and so would just kind of like a silver or a gray thread. So I'm still trying to decide on that. Any of y'all have suggestions or anything that you think would look particularly good? Let me know. I do also have rose gold and gold hardware, although I don't think they quite match with the rest of the color scheme of this one. I could be wrong. Cyrus, you like the silver? Here we go. Flip that around. Silver does seem nice. It would be a nice contrast. And I could do kind of a lighter, like, gray thread. That would kind of border this really nicely. Be kind of nice because it'd be all muted colors except for the trans flag. Go. This blue always goes on so nicely. Yeah, we could do silver. I think silver would look good. I'm excited to get this one done. Probably won't finish this one tonight, but hopefully on our next leatherworking stream. And I just say we won't finish it tonight because we're probably going to need to let this paint dry. And then we're going to need to seal it. And then I've got to cut the backing for it. So it's got a few more steps before we can actually assemble it. Alright. One more bar here. Go back and just make sure the blue's nice and touched up. We'll probably let this dry for a little bit. I might still go back eventually and add a little more paint here, but I'm gonna let it dry and see how it looks first. Go. Well, I've got a good question for y'all. So like I said, I'm gonna do a birthday stream probably on the 14th, so that's one of my regular stream nights, Sunday. But I am curious if anybody has any ideas or suggestions on what to do for it. If I don't think of anything else, I'll probably just play some games that I really like. Maybe we could throw together some party games and do something together as a group. That could be fun too. Or if y'all have any specific ideas, like things you want me to try or things you'd like to see, let me know. I'm open to suggestions. I'm just looking to have fun that night. A drinking game? We could do that. I don't get drunk often, so that could be a fun change of pace. There we go. It's looking pretty good. There's some. Oh, we could do a horror game. Yeah, I think this is turning out really cute too. Esper, what horror games do you have in mind? I don't play many, but I have a few on my list. I have definitely wanted to do, and I would have to see if my computer can run it, if I can even get a hold of it. Alien Isolation has been one that I've wanted to do for a long time. But that's not really horror so much as just like suspense. So I'm very curious if y'all have ideas for some stuff that would absolutely scare the shit out of me. Look Outside is the more recent one I've heard good things about. Okay. I don't know anything. I don't think I've even heard of Look Outside. All right. Here we go. I think that is a good place to leave this particular collar for the moment. We're going to let it dry. If it needs another coat, I'll give it another coat. But for the moment, I think it just needs to sit. You'll just go to the classics. Lesbian robot eldritch horror game, Signalis. I mean, Soma I already know. I've watched a full playthrough of Soma, so I am unfortunately spoiled on Soma. It is a really good game, though. Yeah, sorry. That one is unfortunately spoiled. Okay, let's set our little paint tray aside for now. Make sure all of our paints are put away. Go. More body horror, a bit more towards 2-bit graphics. Okay. I could see doing something like that. I'll have to do a little bit of research. See what's a good option. Those are some great suggestions. Let's see. You know what? I'm rewarding myself. Oh yeah. Okay. So, let's check on our cuffs. They've been drying for just a little while now. Looking pretty good. Yeah. So they've got a nice shine to them now, which is exactly what we're looking for. Which means we can move on to the stitching portion. I'm going to set these 3 aside. So those will be a separate project. This set of 6 pieces is what we're going to work on right now. Anything from the Amnesia franchise? Yeah, those could be good. I've not played any of the Amnesia franchise, but I've heard good things. I did watch, what was it? One of the most recent ones, the bunker one. I think that's the name, Amnesia. I know it's made by the same people, but I don't remember what the game title was. It's World War One. You're in a bunker. That one I've watched the playthrough, so I unfortunately know all that one. But like Dark Descent or Machine for Pigs, like the originals, I know next to nothing about. Okay, let's grab some of our leather here. We are going to want my thin padding, my thin backing here. Set that aside. So this is some of my thinnest backing. Also, I don't use this much, so it's great to actually have a reason to use it. What's your idea? I'd love to hear it. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to focus on gluing these down first and foremost. Buckshot roulette, that's a fun one. We could do some friend swap games. I have a few of them already. I know we've got Flock Around that I still really want to play. There's Gamble with Your Friends, Buckshot Roulette. But yeah, all of those could be fun. Be a fun like stream night. Get a few people whoever wants to play. Whether it's for my birthday or not, I think it would still be fun. What does that even mean, Saturn? Okay. Glue. Oh. Okay. Before we get into gluing. So this is one of the other projects, and I'm saying this now because I need to disassemble it. Friends, oh yeah, okay. So this is my respirator. You'll notice I have a piece of paper molded over the actual respirator centerpiece. And that's because I finally got some of the patterning done for this. It took me a while to kind of like wrap my head around how I wanted to do it. But if we have time tonight or next week, just kind of whenever we have a chance, we are going to start working on making a leather cover for this piece of the respirator. And once we do that, we can actually design it and customize it and make a really, really cool like mod for a standard respirator that I think would look really good and could really personalize these, whether you're using them out in the streets or in your workshop or wherever else. I think it would just be a nice add. So I'm excited for that one. For now though, I need to disassemble this so I can take this piece off, because I need to use the respirator because we're gonna need to glue. But yeah, what we'll do actually is we'll take this pattern that I formed around the respirator itself, we'll flatten it out, and we will actually digitize it and see if we can't get a really nice, neat pattern, and then we'll go from there and actually try to make it. So that'll be a future project that is on my to-do list. Don't know if we'll get to it tonight or in the next stream, but hopefully soon. All right, that said, it is going to be time for Birdie to put on her respirator and sound like Darth Vader or Bane or whatever else for a little bit. So get ready for that, Joy. And we will get some glue on these, get them glued out, and once they dry a little bit, we'll actually just cut them straight out of the leather itself. But yeah, I think doing a friend swap night would be a lot of fun. At the very least with my mods, but I think we're a small enough community that we could just do a full community night. Okay. All muscled and Darth Vader-y. Let me get my headphones back on here. Grab our glue. Let's see about getting y'all a better angle here. Probably like that should be fine. We'll be working mostly on this side of things. Alright, can you still hear me okay? Fingers crossed. And wrap this a little bit further. Because I'm going to use my mat here. Yes. Good, I'm glad. Not to catch any excess. Alright. There we go. Just going to give this a nice coat. of our glue here. Trying to not get too much in the punched holes. If I'd been smart, I would have actually generally avoided trimming or making the holes first. But your bird's not that smart. She doesn't think that far ahead sometimes. So we're making do. Alright, just gonna that. Make sure we cover every bit of this so we have a good adhesion. There we go. Okay, now, as simple as flipping this over and then laying it flat, just giving it a nice press. There we go. Let that sit for a few minutes. Let it set. So while we're doing that, we will move on to the next pieces. Set those over here for the moment. We will get going. Okay. Got another one started. Yeah, and we're just looking for a nice even coverage here. This is a very, very lightweight leather that we're attaching it to, so it shouldn't be all that hard to get it settled. And then we'll stitch around the edges, which should help lock it in permanently. But we still want to make sure we got enough glue on here for it to adhere in the first place. The last thing we want is for that leather to shift while we're sewing it or something, and then just kind of come undone and just look kind of poor. So last little bit here, just like that. Getting every little bit that we can, and then give it a careful flip here. Set it down right next to the other one. Leave a little bit of a gap so it's easy to cut. Like I said, we're just going to cut this leather around these pieces rather than trying to like match these pieces up evenly, if that makes any sort of sense. Get some of our excess glue that went through the holes off. Here we go. Press those down nice and firmly. And on to the next one. Let's see, we'll go ahead and get the last really long one here. The small ones will be easier, we'll work over on this side. Move the camera a little bit for those. Again, just giving this a nice painting. Make sure we got plenty here. Definitely going to have some on the other side to clean up, but that shouldn't be too hard. There we go. just like that. Alright, flip this over. I'm actually gonna get the end here a little bit better. Make sure we got some stuff right on the tip. Flip that over. Again, just lay that nice and flat here. So you probably see that, maybe you can't with the light, I can see that there's some glue on the other side here. So before that really sets, I'm just going to kind of use my finger and roll it off. Because this is a rubber cement, this stuff stays pretty like rubbery as it dries. It makes it very nice and flexible. And when it dries, like completely dries, you can actually just roll it off if it's not adhering to anything, like if it's not sandwiched between something. Which is kind of what I'm doing right now. I'm just giving this excess a place to go that's not on the leather itself. And I can do the same thing with my fingers for any that get on me. So while this stuff is not fun to like inhale, it's got a strong odor, it's not really dangerous to just touch. Okay, let's move this over a little bit so y'all can see a little better what I'm working with here. There we go. And I think for these last ones, I think we're just going to kind of lay these two of them down like this, and we'll do the last one up here. I still can't believe we got another 100% burb tonight. That's really impressive. Haven't gotten them at all in so long. There we go. Puppy wins Star Wars. There we go. Okay. A little more glue here. So what we're doing with this backing is I'm just kind of making this like, trying to make this just a nicer, more high quality product. I want these to just be kind of that level above. And so having a backing that's glued and then stitched is just going to kind of make this feel nice on the skin. Even nicer than just like burnished leather would. And so it'll just kind of give it that like further like finished quality. It'll look nice, should feel nice. Oh hey, Necra Owl. Thank you so much for the follow, Necra Owl. Really appreciate it. Hope you're having a good evening. Or day. I don't know where you're located. Please feel free to get comfy and cozy. Enjoy your time here. Really appreciate you stopping by and following. Alright. Just about done with this. We're going to do the same thing with the collar that we just painted. That one... No, sorry, not that one. We'll do that with the paint drip collar. We'll do the same sort of glue technique that we're doing right now. The one we just painted will be more like my standard collars. That'll have a rounded rolled edge for the padding, rather than the kind that just like we glue on and then cut out. So a couple different styles that we're working with here, but all of them have their purposes and should all turn out really nicely. Okay, there we go. Glue is done for now. I'm going to stay Darth Vader for a few more minutes. Let this room air out a little bit. And we will probably pull, once this dries, and I feel pretty content about it, I'm probably going to pull out the sewing machine and start stitching. And it looks like I'm already set up for that, so that'll go pretty quickly there. What we can do while we wait is we can actually cut out a little bit of this, just like this. Just cut out around this, mostly, so I'm just moving this so y'all can see as well as I go. Mostly so we can just have this ready. So we're just going to cut out around all of these. And once they're free, I'm not going to cut them really close to each other, because the idea is I'd rather have some of that excess as I sew. And then once they're sewn together, then we can cut the edges really nice and smooth and make it kind of finished. This again helps ensure that even if we get some kind of movement, we're not going to have like something that, oh gosh, what am I trying to say? We're not going to have something pop out or, you know, not get stitched up properly. Okay, I'm going to take off this, this respirator. Stop sounding like Darth Vader for a little while, hopefully for the rest of the evening. But yeah, I think we're making good time here. We'll let this dry for just a couple more minutes, and then we will switch over and get some sewing done. What we can do is I'm going to cut these out, and then we'll probably take a quick jump back to our collar and see how the paint's doing before kind of figuring out where we want to go from there. Let me get you all set up here. You all can hopefully see a little bit better what I'm going to do. There we go. Much better. So again, my goal is not necessarily to cut these right up to the edge. More so, I just want to cut them free of each other so that I can stitch them individually. Now, a couple of them are going to be really close to each other, just because that's how I laid them. And we'll deal with that. But at the moment, this is kind of the result I'm looking for. Is just a piece that we can work with individually so we can stitch. I'm just going to get the rest of these cut really fast. There we go. Couple more here. There we are. And one more. Now normally I'm really conscious of any sort of waste I produce with leather. I want to minimize it as much as possible, but at the end of the day, we're gonna have some. It's Matcha. Hi, Matcha. Hope you're doing well tonight. Normally, I'm super conscious about the waste I produce in this, because I don't want I don't want a lot of waste. But I've had this leather for almost 3 years now, and I don't really use it. So this is a good use for it. And the way that I'm doing these, there's just going to be a little bit of waste. There just always is. So I can try to minimize it, because I certainly still don't want a lot of waste, but I'm not as worried about it as I typically would be of, say, like one of my, fancier, like fully off screen, sorry, one of my fancier, more premium leathers. I feel that, Matcha. I'm glad you're doing, at least as well as possible. Yeah, I really need to update the auto mod and just make it lighten up a little bit. Keep forgetting to do that. Just like I keep forgetting to, actually cut and work on the camera right now. There we go. Again, just kind of getting rid of some of the excess. I'm not super worried about getting right up to the edge. That's probably fine there. Okay, we're gonna reset a little bit. Twitch just doesn't like how you talk. Yep. Okay. Like I said, we're going to reset a little bit. I'm going to grab my sewing machine. So we are going to move y'all around and look at my lovely boot charms for the time being while I get this set up. And it looks like we're into ads right now, so this is perfect timing. Thinking about my birthday this upcoming week and a half or so. If I had one wish for at least this stream and this channel, I just want more followers. I want more people to come hang out as we work on stuff. So if possible, and if you feel like it might be a good idea, tell your friends about me. I'd love to have more people and chat with more people as I work, and just share the things that I'm passionate about, which very much is leatherwork. All nice and set up here, best as we can anyway. Let's see. How did I do this before? Got it, maybe. I'm playing the game of untangle the sewing machine thread. Just gonna reset this a little bit. There we go. Okay. There we are. That should be a little bit better. Fingers crossed, at least. Let's get you all turned a little bit here. And let's drop you that way. There we go. I think we will actually rotate you a little bit further. Get rotated, chat. Because I remember this being the better view for stitching. Up a little bit. Yeah, that'll be much better. Okay, so let's start with one of our smaller pieces here. First things first, I want to get my bobbin thread pulled back. I'm definitely going to need more slack on here. Do a quick rethread of this. Okay. Realistically, the first thing that we should do is take just a little bit of our scrap leather that we just cut, do a couple test stitches. I want to make sure, because this is thinner than some of the other leather I've been working with, I want to make sure that it's actually going to stitch nicely before we commit ourselves to actually stitching on a product and regretting it. Okay, thread, come on, all the way through. Ow. Okay. That was one way to do that, and certainly not the right way. Cut some of that off, get a fresh end here. Okay, I am struggling hard at the moment here. This just does not want to go through. Come on, there we go. Got it. Get a little more slack while I can. This should be a quick test. We'll know pretty quickly if it's not quite set, and we can make some adjustments. So we're just going to take some of our backing here and some of our excess leather, and we are just going to see how it works. If it stitches great, great. We're good to go. Do that. Go back stitch a couple. And we'll go forward. Just see how clean this looks. This is honestly almost light enough leather that I wonder if I could actually plug this one in. I usually do this by hand. You just see me in the cutout a little bit. Here, let's try this. Do that. A bit lower, you might see a little bit better there. You'll see me up in the upper right of the screen. I usually do this by hand because while the machine can certainly handle leather, the motor is not quite strong enough. Okay, one more stitch here. We'll see how we're looking. Go. Okay, so my front looks pretty good. And honestly, the back looks pretty good too. I think we might just be able to use it as is without any sort of adjustments. Yep, rotate y'all. I rotate chat like a shark. If I go far enough, you guys just go to sleep, right? It's like a bird without light. Here we go. Now, one thing I want to do before I actually give this a go, aside from just cleaning up some of this drying glue here, go a little bit cleaner. What I'm doing is I'm just kind of rubbing this so you can get some of the residue off. But what I want to actually do, because I mentioned it and now I'm thinking about it, is I want to see if I can actually use my foot pedal. I don't get to use it often, so if I get a chance where I actually can, that'd be nice. That said, I am a bit of a weirdo. I don't actually use the foot pedal with my foot. I use my claws. I use my hands because honestly, I get better control that way. I'm just not skilled enough with using my foot. So, okay, let's grab our test piece here. Cut off some of this excess thread that we no longer need. We are just gonna give this a quick run just to see. Should, yeah, so foot pedals up here, you can just barely see it in the upper right. We're just gonna see if this is gonna run for me. Right. Give it a little help. Yeah, maybe. I might actually have to use my foot because it does need a little bit of help to get through that first push. That's what I'm talking about, that motor not quite being strong enough for this. See that? So I think we will just do it by hand. I just have better control. I really want to get a modified gearbox on this thing, because then I could actually do this and it would do some really slow stitching, which I'd feel far more comfortable working with. But I also need to upgrade the motor. That's just part of what's needed for this. Okay. We are still stitching really nicely, so I am pleased with that. Go ahead and get the feed dog out of the way for now. Get this set up for our actual leather here. Hope everyone is doing well. Having a good time. Using this as like some body doubling or whatever you might need. I'm just happy to have people to chat with. As always, I hope y'all are having a lovely night. That back stitch first. Cyrus, you gotta go. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. As always, thank you for the lovely puns. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Okay. Interesting. Why are we not feeding? There we go. Okay, try to straighten this back up a little bit. Thankfully, this is black on black stitching, so it shouldn't be super noticeable, even if I'm a little bit off here. Yeah, those first few are a little bit messier than I'd like. Luckily, it's on a part that's really not going to be noticeable on the final cuff piece. So it's a good place to start. All right, looking good here. This will be interesting when we get up to the corner. It's one of the first times I've started using more rounded edges on my corners. Just trying something new here with these, and I think they'll look pretty good when they're done. But it does mean I need to kind of like watch my stitching a little bit more closely here. Rotate appropriately as we go. There we go. We are. Give it another bit of a rotate here. Let's see, where do I want to be? About there. There we go. These songs, this is a album by an artist named Bird Boy, and I really like them. There's like 6 of them in my playlist. They're very chill. I love that they use real bird noises as like the inspiration. Makes my birdie heart sing. Go. And if you ever want something like this, or even a custom project, just a reminder that my commissions are open, and all the money goes to helping make sure my bills are paid and that a trans furry Therian bird is taken care of. Also, the more business I get, the more support I get, whether it's here on Twitch or on my website or wherever, the more likely this is that I can actually do this as a real, like, full-time, paid survival thing, like an actual job. And I would love to get there. So I appreciate all of y'all's continued support, and also want to encourage y'all to keep spreading the word. Cosmo Sheldrake. Okay. Hold on, let me write that down or make a note of that. I'll have to look into that music. I do like bird noises and animal noises in music. I think it's just a cool concept. Thank you, Matcha. You're injecting the bird music into the bird noises into other music. I really appreciate that. Alright, we're almost done with this piece here. Hopefully I'll kind of see the vision I'm going for as we finish it up. Okay. Let me go back over our first bit a little bit, because I'm pretty far off. I want to straighten it out. I think we can do it just by going a few stitches over. There we go. Basically what happened, my lines that I was using to kind of navigate disappeared in this section. It was kind of hidden by the die, and as a result, I just didn't see them at first. We were very off target for the first like 5 or so stitches. Go back stitch that now. All goes well. Should have a pretty nice piece here. A little more slack going. Cut this off. Here we go. So hopefully, y'all can see kind of the vibe I'm going for here. Got a nice bit of stitching all along the edges. This will be the kind of back side. we'll repunch these holes. And yeah, it should look really nice, especially when the whole pieces are like that. So we're going to do another one here in a second. And then we will probably take a break from stitching for a few minutes once the next one is done. Because I actually want to see kind of what these look like all put together. So we'll trim it. We won't finish the edges. I'm not going to burnish them tonight. But we can at least do maybe like a test fit and see how everything looks and go from there. Yeah, so our next one will be one of our really long pieces here. Start part way up there. Get a good back stitch going. Go. And off we go. This sewing machine has really been just a lifesaver for my ability to do stuff like this, stuff that I've kind of had planned or wanted to do for a while, but just not had the capacity to do it because I just didn't have the ability to do this by hand. So I can do a lot of stitching by hand, but I've usually tried to minimize it on items that aren't like truly custom orders in the past because it takes so long. But the sewing machine now just allows me to do it whenever I want. I can make stitch heavy product. I can even do stuff like bags or you know, other items that aren't that you can't really use just hardware for, or want to minimize stitching because it's exhausting. Right. So we go all the way down this line here. Make sure I stay on my guide here. So we are making good progress. Honestly, this looks way better than I thought it would at the start. So I'm really glad I'm doing it this way. I think it's going to look really, really nice when it's done. Once we finish this piece, and we kind of give it that test run, test fit to see if everything looks good, we might also take a break and check back on the collar we painted, see how that's looking, as well as probably work on the other collar. I need to paint the drip collar because I need to get working on that. That's going to take a while. Going to be a great one just to focus on for a little bit, probably as we wind down like the latter half of the stream. I'm probably still going to be going for another hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. So we still got time, plenty to do. but I'm honestly not sure what's going to be more appealing to watch. A sewing machine or a like hand painting stuff. Something I need to do, like a poll in my server or something. There we go. I'm definitely liking how this is turning out already. I think so long as I can trim up the edges of this really neatly, I think this is going to look really nice. All right, here's a real question for you regarding what we're working on. If you're here for the last couple of streams, we've been working on a collar that's going to have like painted drippings of like various colors. Like I'm going to do pride flag colors. But the question is, should I just do standard, like the standard gay pride flag, or should I do a different flag? I'm leaning towards the gay just because I can do that with the rainbow hardware, which would look really nice. But I'm not 100% sold. Rotate this around a little bit.
Hey,
just
birdie,
like I...
birdie,
Oh,
birdie,
no.
birdie, water, earth, fire, air. My grandmother used to tell me stories about the old days, a time of peace when the Avatar kept balance between the water tribes, Earth Kingdom, Fire Nation, and Air Nomads. But that all changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
Incredible. That's a new one. I love it. Oh, that's a good one. Go. There we go. And there we go. It's a little closer to the edge than I'd like, but I think we can work with it. Speaking of Avatar, have we heard any recent updates on the new series? Like, within the past few months at all? I feel like the last thing I heard about it was last year. I know I've not heard anything about it. Kind of not holding my breath about it. I'm hoping it'll be good, but also it's just been so long, and we've had so many like movies that have tried and not done a great job that even though these will be animated, I'm just not sure how they're going to turn out. Chocobo time. Yeah, this is the apocalypse one. So like, this shit's just gone really, really bad or something. And now there's like, what, 7 cities left on Earth that are like habitable, or on the planet or whatever it is. It's sounds like a bit of a mess. Like a cool premise. And I think it could be really good. But quite the setting to start in. Oh, really? As recent as a month ago? It'd be nice if they had some updates. I feel like I haven't heard anything in a long time, so I'll have to look that up here in a little bit. Okay. Go. What do I got? I feel like I'm caught on something. Underside's looking good. Let's see here. Seems like we're looking okay. Okay. Let's see here. Get you back in line here. Huh. Why? Why do we have this? What's going on here? There we go. Maybe. I think we might have cleared that. I don't know why we suddenly have this issue. Huh. We are going to take this as a sign, pull this off, and reset it, I think. Nothing changed. I'm getting a lot more drag suddenly. Oh, no, I see what's going on. Okay. Interesting. we're still going to take this as a chance to reset our thread here. Rather do that than have a whole bunch of excess that's just in the way. There we go. Yeah, see, we had a loop here, and we had a tangle up in our thread line higher up. So I'm going to just basically back these stitches out until we get back to this loop here.
Hey guys, did you know that in terms of male human and female Pokemon breeding,
No.
Vaporeon is the most
No.
compatible Pokemon for humans?
No.
Not only are they in the field egg group, which is mostly comprised of mammals, Vaporeon are an average of 303 tall and 63.9 pounds.
Victe,
This
no.
means they're large enough to be able to handle
No.
redacted.
I love the redacted. There's got to be limits. I'm fine with copy pasta, but come on. Just get this pulled out here. Let's see. My mods are abusing their power again. You're lucky I love y'all. Okay. There we go. There. So we're gonna back out one more stitch here. Actually, we probably won't. I think I'm just gonna burn this down. Just right there. Y'all are ridiculous. All while I'm distracted trying to fix something. I love that my viewer count will jump to 10 or so people, and then stuff like that happens and I drop back down to 4 or 6. It's great. It's like it's rent controlling gunshots. That's exactly what this is. Okay. There we go. That's cleaning up a lot nicer. You aren't down for the clown? I don't know if I'm down for the clown. Okay. Finally back on track here. If nothing else, thank you. Thank you for keeping us all entertained while I work on this. Okay, yeah, that's not too bad. That's not super noticeable at all. I'll show you once we get to the end of this. Let's see what we were dealing with and how it looks now. Got about a quarter of this one left here. Yeah, I think after this, just for the sake of changing things up, I go back to doing some painting for a little bit. Oh, I need to show y'all the design, the new Pride design that I'm adding as well. Because we have all the new flags, which I can go over to for the boot charms. But I have a new boot charm that is not solely a Pride flag that I'm really proud of. It's dumb, but I'm proud of it. So we'll check that out in just a minute. Rent lowering coffee pots. Thank you for that clip. I love that that's been immortalized now. Perfect. Let's see. Adjust this a little bit. See if this can smooth out so we don't have another one of our snafus here. Go. Okay, nearly done, chat. Just a corner to do here. Back up to where we started. Then we'll give these a good trim. See kind of how the final bit is gonna look. There we go. Let's turn the corner. We are. Right. Just about done with this. Coming up on this corner here, we'll give this a bit of a rotate. I always want to rotate in the corners while the needle's down. So that's going to give us a much smoother corner, much like tighter angle. Go. Couple more stitches. There we go. Flip this to a back stitch. Actually back stitch it twice here. There we are. Now, there. Lift it free. And we'll just cut off the ends here. Burn them down. For the sake of what y'all can see, I'll move the sewing machine back. Make some adjustments here for the final little bits. Let's see. Let's actually do that. Oh, there we go. That should be a little bit better. Okay, so first things first, Get rid of a bunch of our excess thread. There we are. We want to take our thread burner here. Hi, Nova. Well, I'm a bird, so instead of bitch, wouldn't it be finch? If you can't do bitch, finches get stitches. You know, just a thought. Okay, burn that. I'm gonna do the same on these. Isolate some of these threads here. I'm not looking to burn through everything. Just trying to get the excess off. Thankfully, this little messier bit is actually going to be tucked away where we're not going to see it. I love that it definitely auto-modded you for, I think, the all capital, for doing it in all caps. There we go. Trim those down. We're gonna give this, I've been doing this off screen for y'all. Sorry about that. Feel free to like scream at me if I do that anymore. I want to stay in camera and in focus. Otherwise, what's the point of watching, right? Okay, so we are pretty well cleaned up here. That, just do a quick little bit of a rotation here. So now all we really need to do is we just need to trim up the excess and re-punch our holes. Because again, I should have just waited to do that till after. But I'm not always a smart bird, so... Okay. Here's my X-Acto. So all I'm really gonna do, we're gonna see if this actually wants to work here. So I'm just gonna, actually, I'm gonna be smart about this. I'm going to take my ruler here, my straight edge, put it right along the edge of my leather, just to help ensure that I don't cut into the wrong part. All I want to remove is the excess. I'm just trying to trim the edges here. Got a nice trim. There we go. So yeah, that's effectively what we want. We want that edge to be nice and clean. So we are just going to keep trimming until every bit is like that. These rounded edges, can't really use my straight edge ruler here. So I'm just going to have to cut carefully. Y'all are wild. Okay. There we go. It's looking pretty good. I can probably get a little bit closer here on this corner. Definitely Some of this is not going to be worth trimming further because I can just sand it down, which is probably what we will do for a lot of the really, really tight stuff. And that'll be when we go to burnish the rest of this, which again, we're probably not going to be doing that tonight. My chat is unhinged. Okay. There we go. See, I wanted to avoid that. So see how I cut into that leather? We can salvage this. I didn't get super far into it, which is fine. Just gonna do a little bit of dye there at the end. But I want to make sure going forward, I don't do that again. Just like that. Move it up a little bit. Make sure everything's lined up. It's like I caught just the tiniest bit of leather right about there. That's fine. It's a very small amount. The edge there. There we go. So this is what we're looking for. Nice and trim. All right. So I'm gonna clean this off just because we want a nice flat surface here to do the next trimming for the smaller piece here. And we're gonna do the same thing. Which it looks like we still need to finish the edges of this. Or finish the thread. There we go. Perfect. The same thing on the back side here. See where I had to like kind of go back and restitch some of this. Which isn't going to look the prettiest, but again, this is in an area that it's not going to be seen. So I'm not super concerned about it. Basically, this is sitting in between like the D-ring. So it's going to be kind of sandwiched. So I'm not, like nobody's ever going to see it. So I'm not, or feel it. So I'm not worried. Okay. That in mind. A quick trim here. There we go. So this is kind of an odd shape at the end here. I'm going to come back and do this manually. Here we are. And same for these corners here. Just trying to get as close as we can. Here we are. This may seem a little bit tedious, but it honestly isn't too bad. When I'm in a groove, it goes very quickly. this, like I said, I want to make these kind of feel a little more luxurious. And this is a great way to do that. All right, so with those done, we are gonna repunch those holes real fast just so we can kind of do a test fitting on these. And then we will call these done for the night. Let's see. So I'm just gonna go back through, make sure every hole that we've already punched is opened back up again. There we go. Got a couple more here. Go. We got one here, which normally I would use the press for, but today I'm not feeling like setting it up because the punch that I need is right here. So we are going to do one quick hammer. Let's see here. So I'm not really going through a lot of leather here. This should be a very easy one to do. Just like that. Nice and done. And then for the other bit that we did, that's just a hole punches. Those will go very quickly. There we go. And there we go. Looking pretty good there. Now we just got this line of holes to punch here. Just gonna go down, make sure these are all nice and even. Punch through. These will be finished up when we burnish them. Again, I'm not sure I'll do that on stream, at least not this particular set. I might do it with others, but we certainly aren't going to do it tonight. We're just going to get these test fit, see how they look, and then we will work on painting for the last little bit for tonight. Okay. That's those. We are going to lift y'all up a little bit here. We are going to do a quick test fit on this. Y'all. The innuendos are going crazy tonight. Okay. So, for this, we are basically just a test fit here. Grab some of this, grab our screwdriver here, we go. Do the same thing for the next bit. There we go. That's one piece on right there.
Blonde hair Foxy needs you to hydrate.
That's a good point. Enjoy some water, get a drink. Okay. Back at it. Add our D-ring on this one. Slide that in. Just like so. I am all sorts of backwards on this one. Okay. Let me go this way. Like, why does that feel weird? It's because I was doing it wrong. Go. Okay. Probably need to pull the D-ring up a little bit. There we go. Alright, just a couple more pieces here. Go. It's already looking pretty good. Now, the last piece. Get this just set in here properly. There we go.
Macho_main needs a bird to stop shrimping.
I'm not shrimping. I'm standing up. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. There we go. That is at least assembled affinity cuff. Now, how's that feel? What's that gonna feel like here? We still can adjust the edges because those are gonna be rough. But once we smooth them out, they'll be a lot nicer. We go around like that. I'm not showing y'all on camera again because I'm really bad at position tonight. And I apologize for that. Need to have a redeem option that's just like, hey birdie, show us. Like actually be on camera. There we go. So that's in bracelet form. Again, we'll trim up these edges, make them look nice and neat. But as just generally a cuff and knowing that I have really, really big, thick wrists, this is a really nice piece. There we go. Probably give that a little bit of a trim there, a little finish. Should just buff right out. But yeah, I'm pretty pleased with that. Shrimps can happen while standing. That's true. They definitely can. Yeah, I've got them big, meaty claws. All right. With that done, though, I'm going to set this aside. And we are going to, let's take a look at our painting that we did earlier. I think we're looking pretty good here. I'd say so. Once we get the threading going along these edges here, I think it's going to look really clean. So I'm pleased with this one. Now, for the rest of probably what we're going to be on tonight, we're going to work on painting this one. But before I do, I want to show y'all the other boot charm design that I came up with. It's dumb, and I warn you that it is absolutely dumb. But let me get it pulled up here and get switched over. Let's see. Hold on. Let's do affinity. There we go. So this is my other design. It's a brick. It's a brick, and it's gonna have I mean, yeah, Matcha, I am too. Yeah, it's gonna be a brick, and it's gonna have the pride flag on the side of it. The way I've designed it, it should be able to fit just about any pride flag. It'll just be how many of the lines you fill in and how many you leave red. But it should be really cute. When I get them finished, I'll let you know, Matcha. Alright, let's jump back to here. I am gonna go ahead and move my sewing machine, because it is just going to be in the way here. There we go. We'll set the rest of these aside for now. I will work on them later. Absolutely. Okay. So this one is going to... I'm actually going to grab my other drop cloth here for painting. This is going to be the pride flag, but it's going to be it's going to be our drip and rainbow. Let's see here. Let's grab our little paint tray here. Now the question I have that I still haven't figured out is how big of a rainbow pattern I want. Like, do I want every little drip line? Let me see if I can hold it up to y'all. Do I want... Come on, focus for me. Do I want every little drip line to be its own color? Or do I want it to be like every few of them that I change colors? So, still not sure about that one. Also, yes, Saturn, you are a very good dog. Okay. Let me set that up. We're going to need a whole host of colors for this. Let me get those out. Yellow. Here's my red. Here's my red, yellow, we want orange. Green, blue. Do that one, and then purple. Okay, there we go. All right, so let's go ahead. Just gonna, actually I should shake these up, shouldn't I? Just gonna pour a little bit out here. Assuming I have any to pour. I might be running a little low on red. Okay. Still have red in here, just not quite enough to pour. These a shake. We'll go ahead and get our yellow. Get our orange out. I did this backwards, but whatever. It's not going to be in the right order on this tray, and that's going to bug me, but we'll survive. Our green. And our blue. Finally, our purple. There we go. All right. Just put these kind of off to the side here so they're out of the way. Put our red cap in the middle since we're going to need it. I'm going to do a little bit of this first and kind of get an idea of, give you all an idea of what I'm thinking. And we will see how it goes. Scooch this over here. We're going to start here because this is actually an area that probably won't be seen. So it's a great place to kind of test the waters and see how this is going to go. So the first question again is, do I want to do like every little drop is its own color? Or do I want to do like maybe 3 of them are red and then we switch over to orange, then yellow? And I'm not sure what's going to actually look better. Go. Should be a little bit more visible. Mainly I need to figure that out because as we get going, I can actually use that to count out where my reds are going to go, and I can do pretty much all of my reds at one go. So I think we just need to decide. I guess I'm going to ask y'all, what do you think? Do you think this would look good, better if it alternates every single drip? Or is it going to look better if it alternates maybe like every 3 drips into a new color? So if we did it every 3, it would be about this length to here. So it would be about every inch or so we would get a new color. Meanwhile, if we did it alternating every single drip point, it would be something closer to like 3 colors an inch. So you'd get the entire rainbow flag every 2 inches or so. I'll sit here for a moment. I know we've got ads and stuff, so. You think 3? Okay. I'm kind of leaning with you on that. I think it's just going to be a little more bold in that color, and there's certainly length to go. Like, we have a lot of length on this collar, so we'll get a fair number of like full rotations of colors. So I'm kind of with you. I think 3 might be the way to go on this. We're gonna give it a go. Just see how it looks. Worst case, it doesn't look great, and we either stick with it anyway, or I just paint over it again later. Give this a good here. Okay. So that's what we're looking like with 3. I think it looks pretty decent. Definitely want to like give this another couple coats as it dries, just to make sure get a good even coverage. But I think it's going to look decent like this. So that means that we'd go basically orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and then we'd go back to red. So our red line would start back here, right? orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. So yeah, this would be the next red. Go. I am off the screen again. Yeah, I'm gonna make like a 1 point redeem that's just like birdie, birdie, birdie. You're not visible. Nothing of what you're doing can be seen. So I am doing that so much. There we go. I love that. Just make Borb cost. No, not at all. Not making Borb cost 1. That is a recipe for disaster. Okay. So, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. So red's gonna be this little one over here. Just like that. You down here because there's a drop there. There we go. There's another bit of our red. No possible downsides. Only a small problem. Yeah, exactly. Only small problem, sure. Orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. So red. Kind of these. This last little bit here. Go. Go. Okay, so that is the first coat of all of our red here. So I'm gonna swing it all the way back. Hi, Smokey. Welcome. Hope your evening's going well. So, realizing I need to adjust that. Yep. Okay. We are looking good. We are just painting our rainbow drip collar. All right. Giving everything a second coat, and then we'll switch over to orange and continue down our line here. Go. Yeah, I think it's going to turn out really nice. It's just going to be a tedious little bit of painting to make sure everything looks smooth and even. Go, although it's already starting to look really nice, so I am very hopeful that this is going to be turn out very, very nice. How many more times can I say very nice? There we go. Okay, let's rinse our color here. Move over to orange.
Very nice, very nice, very nice, very nice.
Thanks, Smokey. Slide this all the way down so y'all can see. Machi, you just gotta watch for longer. Worst case for now, you can just you can type in the chat commands and just see if you're burb. Want more burb? Watch more burb. Exactly. You keep spending. That's fair. I could probably make shrimps less expensive. I'll be honest. I've got a cooldown on them, so they don't happen that often anyway. So I might do that. Since obviously what people want is Borb, our voice of the people. Okay. Okay. Still on track. Wow, Smokey. It's admitting to I won't stop. Well, if you want me to stop, you just gotta we gotta get more subs in here so I can put a corset on. Then I won't be able to physically shrimp at all. In truth, though, I probably won't ever stop shrimping because it is my natural state. Burb must naturally shrimp. Not making Borb 1 point. I'm willing to make other stuff cheaper so you can save more easily for Borb. I'm not making Borb 1 point. At least not without reason. Maybe one of these days I'll do it as like a funny haha, like short-term thing. Could be fun. Do it for my birthday. I could do that. Squawking season. That could be fun.
Oh hey birdie, the Final Fantasy music is reminding me have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? With an expanded free trial which you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 for free with no restrictions on playtime.
Wow, That sounds like a great deal. Without fail, there's always at least one, usually multiple. Just need 120 more points. That's only a few more minutes of watching. You got this. Only like 15. Oh, just counting down to use the text to speech. I love it. Alright. Orange might need another coat, but I think it's gonna need to dry first. Go on to yellow, which is almost certainly going to need a second coat. Ooh, great question. Favorite tool in my workshop versus my least favorite? I'm a big fan of my sewing machine, partly because it's new to me at least, but it's also just a really nice machine. My least favorite tool, that's tough. Let me think. What do I hate using? Probably my my burnishing Dremel. It's a good tool, don't get me wrong. I just don't like burnishing all that much. So every time I have to get it out and use it, I just feel like I would rather do anything else in the world. Yeah, the table burnisher would be great. Like, don't get me wrong, my Dremel's nice. I just it's a messy job, and I just am not a fan of it. I think it's the grinding, like, whirring noise that gets to me most. Which honestly is just a Dremel noise, so. My distaste for burnishing might change if I no longer have to deal with the noise. Yellow's definitely gonna need multiple coats, just to help smooth it out and even that color. And I figured it might. Yeah, burnishing itself I'm fine with. It's just the Dremel, I think. That's like the biggest thing for me. What was that? Let's see. I do mine by hand. Yeah, I started by hand. Did that for a while and didn't hate it. It just takes longer and I don't get quite the finish I like. So the Dremel was a great way because like I already had a Dremel, so getting just the bits for it was a great way for me to just do it that way. And I just haven't gone and gotten a table yet. Yeah, we do have a nearby Tandy. That is really nice. If you plan to already, oh, big day. Yeah, we used to have two in Seattle, two Tandys. I'd have to look at them again, Vic Day. I can let you know after stream tonight. But you really don't have to. Okay. I'm also just a gearhead, I'll be completely honest. So, like, I was just telling Victe last night, I just was browsing Facebook Marketplace like I tend to do, because I like to get reused stuff if possible. And I browsed it and found a Weaver Leather industrial sewing machine for like $900. I was like, I have nowhere near that money. I don't have enough money to cover like basic bills right now. But I'm still like, Victe, do we have money? Can we drop on this? I like my sewing machine, but an industrial leather sewing machine would be amazing. Yeah, No, I'm definitely like workhorse and budget are completely fine as long as it works. Again, I've been using a Dremel and it's been working fine. The table tool would just be a bonus. Oh, absolutely. Collecting is just like any crafting hobby. I feel like most crafters, their major, like hobby is generally not the craft, but just collecting the tools and the equipment needed to do said hobby. It's a very common common trope I've seen among fellow makers and crafters. It's honestly why I have a lot of my like streaming equipment, because I've just slowly collected them over the years. Yes, let me get this clapped out Bridgeport mill. Yeah, exactly. It's like the leather sewing machine is a great example. It would definitely be an upgrade for me. We have nowhere to put that. It can't fit in this workroom. I don't have table space for it. And it comes with the full desk. Like it's one of the truly industrial ones. I'm like, I have nowhere we could put this. I still want it. All right. I think the yellow's just gonna have to dry too. As they're drying, they're evening out a little bit. So I think my next coat will look a lot better. Probably won't do that tonight because we're already coming up on the end of the 4 hours I usually like to stream. But we are gonna at least get through every color in the rainbow before I stop. Yeah, yeah, that's our problem with our kitchen too. We just don't have enough room for the good stuff. You know what, Smokey? If you were anywhere near us, I would gladly do that. We would make it work and we would like timeshare that sewing machine. I will hold out till you can TTS. We're so close. Like I said, I still got a few more colors to do. I still got green, blue, and purple. Yeah, okay. We are still on track for that. Yeah, actually, our local Tandy is really nice. I highly recommend it. I was there this afternoon. Oh, hey, glad to hear that's finally arriving, Matcha. So, Matcha, weird fact, I'm pretty sure they're the same Tandy. I think the Radio Shack Tandy created or bought out the Tandy that is the leather company. There's some weird mixed history with that. Yeah. I was talking with one of the store clerks a couple times ago when I was there, and they dropped that bombshell on me. Yeah, Radio Shack absolutely did some weird stuff. All right, Matcha, let's hear it. What does Borb have to say? What have we been waiting for? Matcha, you do have the chance to do the funniest thing in the world and just make it like say hi. Or ah. Yep, that's went a little too long there. It has I think a max time of like 30 seconds or something. Which I don't know if I can adjust or not. I don't remember. She might need to edit that a little bit further. Now, oh my gosh. Matcha, oh no. Let me see if I can forcefully reset it. That might be an option here. Let's see.
My sprinkler goes like this. And comes back like t t t t t t t t t t t t t t t t and then goes like this.
Oh my gosh.
Like
oh my gosh. Incredible. I had to manually play it because it wouldn't do it automatically. But that was so good.
A.
Oh my god. Oh, that's so good. Y'all are ridiculous. You're so good. Oh my gosh. This is, yeah, so good. So good. What a great way to, like, start to wrap up the night. Timing's probably past, but someone should have clipped that, to be honest. I could try to pull it out manually at some point. Actually, hold on. Boop. Maybe? Nope, it didn't work. Let's see. Nope, I did that wrong. Oh well. I will pull it out manually at some point and save it, because that was really cute. Alright, just a couple more colors. Almost done. Actually, now that I think about it, the mark that I just did probably worked. I just didn't program it to tell me if it worked. 93%. I mean, it's because of the TTS you did. It gave you a lot of burb points.
My Rofilcopter goes soy 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 soy.
Incredible. Love that. right. Blue went on a lot nicer than some of the other colors here. Just a tiny little touch up. Definitely tell yellow is going to be the one that gives me the most problems. I mean, are you hiding your marbles if they're lost? Or have you just lost them? Okay, one more color, chat. You've been eating them? It's just me rinsing out my paintbrush, but I can kind of see what you're talking about. Almost there. All right. Definitely gonna let this all dry and then come back with probably another coat for this. But I think we're doing good. I think it looks really good. Oh yeah, actually if you find them, let me know. I love the chirpy beads too. Yeah, let me, so with all of the colors done, let me rinse this one more time. And then I'll zoom out here so we can get a better full look at this. All right. Let's see here. then let's turn the table cam off for a second. Yeah, look at that. That's actually exactly the kind of vibe I was going for. I think the 3 colors, or the 3 drips per color, works really, really well. Matcha. Thanks, y'all. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, this will probably be one of my like more custom pieces. I probably won't do these often. I usually don't. But this is a really fun, a fun project, and I'll definitely do another one of them for sure. Yeah, I agree, Esper. I think the three was a good choice for sure. But yeah, I think it turned out really nice. Smokey, if you didn't see, I don't remember when you came in, we also did this simpler one, which has come out really nice too. I really like that one. So we got some good painting done today. We didn't get to our boot charms like I was hoping to, but that's okay. Yeah, I like this one too. I think I'm going to do a few more of these. These are definitely easier for me, and I can do a wide variety of flag colors. And I think the black with the probably silver hardware, and then just the rainbow flag, trans flag, and be whatever I go with, I think could be a really nice like feature. So, but yeah, I think next time we will work on getting these put together. I'll probably work a little bit on them in the background, but we will probably finish these on stream. So that'll be something we look forward to next time. For now, let's see. I think we're going to start to wind down here. Let's see if there's somebody that we can raid. Apparently I should do this as often as possible because it's a great way to network. So we're going to try this. Still learning how to do this. Feel free to stick around after the raid in the new channel as long as you want. But we're going to try to say hi to some people. Thank you guys, everybody, for hanging out. Thanks for watching me paint and working with me, helping me make some decisions. I had a really good time. I think we got a lot of good stuff made. I'm excited to work on some of the other things. I'm excited that we got the first of the infinity cuffs worked out with the backing. I think they look really, really nice. And I'm excited to finish these out. And then we even finished a martingale collar for a custom order that I had. So yeah, we got a lot done today. So let's see who's online. Let's see if there's anybody I'm following. Let's jump into... Ooh, someone's playing Kingdom Hearts. Let's jump into that one. That could be fun. Let's see here. All right. We are going to jump in and raid. See how this works. Let's go. Did it work? Yes. Okay.
Thank you for the raid. Oh, what?
I know this too. We keep it up, at least until the time is ready.
I gotta get to the thing. Shoutouts. Fucking yo. How is everybody?
All right, I'm going to jump us back to start closing down my stream. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. And I'll see you next time.